Hideki Matsuyama is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Hideki, 3 under for you today. What'd you do well in your second round?
今日どうでしたか？
風も強かったですし、タフなコンディションでしたけど、いいプレーができたかなと思います。
I played well today, made some putts, felt comfortable.
Great. We'll take some questions, starting with Doug on mic 2.
What's the hardest part about this golf course, and how did you handle it?
このコースの一番難しいところ、そしてどうやってファイトする。
グリーンがすごく、風も強いですし、タフなコンディションになってるかなと思うんですけど、そのためにティーショットもね、フェアウェイ捉えないとチャンスっていう、グリーンヒットもなかなか難しいと思うので、全体的に難しいんじゃないかなと思います。
Yeah, the greens are big and lots of undulations. But if you're not hitting it in the right side of the fairway with your tee shot, it makes the second shot really difficult. So it's an all-around difficult golf course.
Did you do that today?
今日どうでしたか？ティーショットうまく。
ずっと悪いから、今日ね、ラフからもいいライで打てたんで、その分良かったんじゃないかなと思います。
Yeah, when I didn't hit it in the fairway, I caught some good lies in the rough, got away with it.
Sean on B.
When you watch golf on TV, what type of golf do you like to watch, or what do you like about it?
秀樹が自分の家でテレビをゴルフを見るとどんなゴルフが好きですか？どんなとこがいい？
やっぱりバーディーたくさん出るようなセッティングがすごく楽しいですし、やっぱりいいショットと悪いショットでバーディーやダブルボギーがあるようなシチュエーションがあるようなコースの方を見てる方が楽しいかなと思います。
Yeah, when I'm at home watching TV golf, I like to see lots of birdies. But with that said, I also like to see good shots and poor shots penalized. So I like to see good shots rewarded with birdies. Bad shots end up double bogeys.
Juan on 3.
How much do you feel the wind was an advantage for you today compared with the rest of the field?
やっぱり今日の風が結構強かったでしょう。そしてどんな影響でしたか今日？
昨日も強かったですし、今日は朝気温も低かったので、ボールも飛ばなかったですし、そこら辺は対応するのは苦労したかなって感じですね。
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, it was really windy yesterday, and this morning was windy. Plus, it was freezing cold, and it made it very difficult.
Yeah.
Back to Doug on 2.
Hideki, what was the best of your birdies today?
今日一番いいバーディーは何ホールでした？
Make it really dramatic too.
全然どこでバーディー取ったかあんま覚えてない。
7番の
7番のバーディーパットがね、やっぱりああいう入り方するのは珍しいんで、嬉しかったなと思います。
Yeah, probably at 7, my birdie putt hung on the lip and for a while, and then the wind blew it in. So that was probably my best one.
Very dramatic, Bob. Thank you. What club did you hit for your second?
8アイアン。
8. Domo.
Any other questions?
I just had one more going forward. You need all parts of your game to be working at a major, but if you had one part that had to be really sharp, really good this week, what would that be?
メジャーを優勝するため、やっぱり自分のゴルフは全てが必要。でも、今週だったら何が一番大事？
ミスをしても、今特にゴルフの状態そんなに良くない中でプレーしているので、逆にそれがミスしても、そこまで怒らなくていいっていうような感じでプレーできているので、そこはプラスになってるんじゃないかなと思います。
In majors, it's missing it well.
Sounded like his answer was a lot longer than that.
I know. Well, if I can embellish, I mean, what Hideki said was, In majors, I mean, you're going to have misses, but you have to miss it in the right place.
Thanks for your time, Hideki. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Long interview, sorry.
Ben Kern is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Ben, quite the day for you. How would you summarize your second round?
Ball striking felt a little better off the tee. Yesterday, I kind of felt like I wouldn't call it guiding it around, but fighting a few things. Felt a lot more freed up today. Put the ball in the right spots, and the flat stick was hot.
Perfect, thanks. We'll take some questions, starting up here, Juan, on mic 3.
Ben, right here. So when you look back, 2018 was a really good year for you, no?
Yep.
What happened in the last 8 years, and what brought you here today?
Yeah, PGA Championship in 18 was my first ever anything on the big stage, and the game was pretty sharp that week. Yeah, I just been working my club. I've been in Ohio now for 4 years. I'm in a great place, Hickory Hills, outside of Columbus. I'm the GM there. So yeah, just section tournaments and work.
So GM of your club, I understand. Tell us about your caddy. I mean, that would be easier.
Yes, my caddy is a good friend of mine, Randy Wachtel, a member of my club, but also club president. It's the reason why I got off work to be here. So.
Right here in front, Dave on B.
Yeah, do you play Hickory Hills a lot to prepare for something like this, or are you not able to? Just from a time standpoint, I guess.
I have a really good staff around me at my club. I got a great head pro, Chris Muse. I've got a great superintendent, Brian Martin. We have a small F&B operation. So when things are clicking, I have the ability to play golf. I always set a goal. I try to play golf once a week with my members. So I get out once a week. We have a great range that I don't spend enough time on, but I play golf once a week.
How'd you end up in Ohio from, I think you were in Austin, maybe, Texas?
Yeah. I grew up in Tucson, but prior to Ohio, I was in Texas for 10 years, but my wife is from Ohio. She wanted to get back up there. Before I moved, I've only been there a couple times, but I love the golf up there. Growing up around desert golf in Texas, and I was all about going to wall-to-wall grass and bent grass greens and big trees. So,
Last thing, how crucial is the birdie at 5 when you basically birdied, 4 of 5 holes starting at 17 and made a bogey? Was that kind of nice to just get that one back at 5?
yeah. I mean, I think any birdie around this place, I don't care what hole it is, it's nice. But yeah, to go on that run, 1, 2, 3, slip up a little bit on 4, and then get right back on track on 5 allowed me just to keep cruising and finish my round.
Over here to Jim.
Just curious, Ben, when you got here the other day and had a few practice rounds here, was there any part of you that said, okay, I'm comfortable here, especially when it started blowing and got a little cold? Did you feel comfortable on this golf course?
I do, yeah. I mean, it's Arizona kid. I mean, I hit the ball to the moon, and I got recruited to play golf at Kansas State, and that was a big shock. So I had to learn pretty quick in college how to maneuver, how to control your golf ball, and honestly, it really helped develop another part of my game. And I like going low, going high, left, both directions. I have fun kind of picking apart the wind and hitting golf shots.
Sean?
In 18, I'm sure you learned something that week, maybe about yourself or about the game or whatever. Is there anything that you kind of took from that week that you still think about that when you arrive here 8 years later?
Yeah, it just tells me, it shows me, it proves to myself that I can hang with these guys when I'm playing solid, and it was really nice. I mean, I felt good yesterday. I didn't put up a good score, but the games, I hung my head high yesterday, and I had a goal today, and I surpassed it.
So does that imply that there is some point in the last 8 years where you felt further from those guys, the guys that top the sport?
It's not that I ever felt further away. It's just that I spent a good amount of time, 5-6 years after college, chasing it, Q school, mini tours, and then got married and got in the business. And once I did that, I'm pretty happy with it. I am not one to want to practice all the time, so the week in, week out grind doesn't really appeal to me anymore. So I'm very happy with what I'm doing.
Jared on 4.
Ben, I know there's a lot more golf to be played today, but if I told you at the time of this interview you lead the PGA Championship field in birdies made, what would you say to that?
It's wild. It's wild. Pretty wild. Very cool.
Gary on B.
Would you mind just running through, starting at 17, would you run through those birdies with what club you hit, maybe how difficult the shot was and how difficult the putt was, which is probably as tough as a shot in?
Yeah, 17. I think it's a 218 number. I just tried to hit a controlled 4-iron. I wanted to start it at the flag. Wind will take it to the middle of the green. Started it a little right of the flag and caught a piece of the green. But I had a big spine. I had to putt up and down. And as soon as I hit it, I started walking over to the line because I knew it was going to be probably going by a good amount, 6, 7, 8 feet. But the hole was right there to swallow it up.
How long was that, would you estimate?
35, 40 feet.
Yeah, can you go ahead, 1, 2, 3?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, one hit a great drive up the left side, had what I felt like a little flip wedge, hit it to what felt like nothing, tapped it in for birdie. 2, got myself into trouble off the tee, pulled a drive into the bunker, 155 yards in, had an 8-iron. I told my caddy that essentially if I hit this like I want to, it's going to catch the wind, go to the front of the green, we'll 2-putt for par, but I caught it just a hair thin and bowled it through the wind and got up there past pin high, which is not something you want to do that pin, and took advantage of that situation and where I put myself. Birdie there. 3, pulled it in the left rough again, but I drew a lot more like manageable lies out there and had a decent lie on 3. I was able to hit just a pretty stock wedge out of the rough, hit it pin high to probably 18 feet or so. Downhill left to righter, rolled it in there. Russell Henley was right on my line, so I got to see a ball roll right in front of me on it, so that was nice. And then 5, hit a great 8-iron on 5, started on the right side of the green, let the wind take it over, and landed just short of the pin, rolled 10, 12 feet just past it, and saw the line and made it.
Finished up with Jared on mic 4.
I understand you keep your handicap for at home for matches with members. What does today's round do to that handicap?
I have no idea what the course rating is around this place, but I probably assume it's kind of high, so it's going to absolutely destroy my handicap. But that's okay. That's what it's for. I think the handicap is sitting right around +6. So I gotta give up a few shots to the members back home, but
He's going to
it's
9.
okay.
He's going to 9 now.
Nah, it's not going to 9. I hope not.
Thanks for your time, Ben. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Chris Gotterup is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Chris, what can you tell us about your 5-under second round?
Yeah, it was. I felt like I grinded it out nice today and finished it off strong at the end with a couple birdies in a row. But yeah, even though I played pretty well today, I don't think it felt easy at any point out there. So happy with the round, obviously, and yeah, hopefully 2 more good days.
That's great. Questions for Chris? We'll start over here on A with Sean.
Chris, when you watch golf at home or wherever you would be watching it, would you rather watch golf like this than a birdie fest? What do you like seeing when you're watching golf?
You know, it's a good question. Today would definitely be one of those days where I'd be on the couch and I'd be like, how did he hit it there? How did he do this? And then you're out there and you're doing it, and it's like it just feels impossible. I don't know. I think that there's a good mix of like, I think at this point, you know, being out here for a couple of years, you kind of know what to expect with certain tournaments and courses. So like, you know, if you're getting ready for Amex, you know there's going to be a ton of birdies. But out here, yeah, I think it's a little more, you know, almost U.S. Open-esque. So I think, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that question, but I'll watch this afternoon probably a little bit, and having been out there and how tough it is, I think I'll have a greater respect for some good shots. But yeah, I mean, I think there's a good mix of tournaments, especially this year, that I feel like it hasn't been super low. I think I'd like it somewhere in the middle if I was a fan. Like, I think the 16 under is a good tournament and a good number to shoot for the week.
Adam on B.
Hey, Chris. Being so close to home, I want to ask how many family and friends do you have coming here this week to support you? And did you have any history at this course growing up doing junior or college golf?
I had never been here before until Monday. I've been around the area a decent amount. You know, we didn't really play much stuff in Philly growing up. We played more, you know, New York and New Jersey tournaments. Philly was kind of its own different section, but yeah, I mean, on the friends and family part, it's been nice to have some people out here. My parents were here today, and girlfriend and her family were here today and yesterday, and a couple of buddies were here. So it's been fun in that respect. It makes it feel a little bit more like you're at home for how much we're on the road. You don't get to feel that much. So it's been nice to, you know, I slept in my own bed on Sunday, so I take that as a win when I can get it. And yeah, it just you know, it's nice to be back, you know, wearing a sweatshirt and being in the Northeast.
Patrick on 4.
Yes, many congrats. You have the low round of the championship so far. How do you reflect on it all? What clicked into place for you, would you say? And how do you feel about your position going into the weekend? Because you're in a pretty good shape.
Yeah, obviously feel good about the position, but, you know, only 2 days in. So, you know, got to keep it going. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say that anything clicks on this golf course with these pins and some of these holes. I mean, I felt like if I missed in the right spot and was able to scramble and get it up and down, but by no means were those shots any easier than, you know, than any other shot I've had out here. So I felt like I hit in the right spot today for the most part, made a couple nice putts, and yeah, my bogey was really just a weird one. I, you know, 3-putted from 15 feet, but yeah, I felt like I played well today and managed my way around the course as best you can around here.
Jim on B.
Your first couple birdies, I guess 11, 17, and 3, fairly lengthy putts. How much break did they have, or were you just in the right spot?
They all had pretty good amount of break. I usually putt with a line, and the line was useless on those putts. So, yeah, I mean, 17, I probably played it 3-4 feet out to the right, and 11 was probably another 2 feet out to the right, and 3 was straight-ish out here, which is not, you know, not straight, but it was probably a foot of break. So I felt like I hit in the right spot. I mean, 17, if you hit it on the green, you feel like you did something good. And yeah, I mean, if you're in the right spot, you can make a putt, but it's hard. It's really hard to get it close. I felt like I got it about as close as you could on 11 today, and I had 25 feet, and made a nice putt. But yeah, I felt like I just was in a good spot for some of those putts.
Mark?
Chris, I know it's only 2 rounds in, but you had a taste last year at the British, being right up near the top of the leaderboard. How ready do you feel to win a major championship right now, given what you have accomplished in the short period of time?
I feel like it's just so far I've been just trying to put myself in the best position possible and trying to be in a good flow out there of, both mentally and within my golf game. And today was definitely a much better version of that. But yeah, I think, for the most part, any time that you can get in the mix, you just get more and more comfortable. And that's not going to say that anything's easy to win. Every tournament that I've won has been a challenge. So hopefully give myself a challenge come Sunday. And yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to put myself there, get the experience possible, and if it comes through, great. And if not, I'll learn from it.
Just as a quick follow, what did being up there so close at Portrush do, for your confidence in these types of positions in these larger tournaments?
I mean, obviously all good things. I feel like if I'm playing well, I can compete anywhere, and that's that's no different here. But I think it's hard to say what it did for me other than build confidence. And I felt like I played some of my best golf maybe ever as a pro that week, and I came in third. So it's just one of those things where you just got to I feel like you got to keep putting yourself in position, and you hope that one day, it breaks through and it was your time. But, as long as you can keep putting yourself there, I think, that's all you can do.
Robert?
We've seen you play well in windy conditions. Obviously, this morning it really started blowing. Is there anything in particular that you're focused on or thinking about when conditions get like that allows you to kind of lock in and play as well and as solidly as you do, even when it's blowing 20?
Yeah, I think there's a certain, especially around here, there's a certain aspect of creativity that's needed. Even if it's a generic shot, if it's blowing 30 off the right, you got to be able to craft something that is manageable to get it in the middle of the green. And I feel like I've gotten a lot better since turning pro at being okay with hitting it to 30 feet, being a good shot. And I think there's a lot of that out here. So I think, there's a lot of aspects of being patient, and I feel like I've gotten better at that, but also just being creative and being willing to execute a shot that you might not try and pull off, in a normal week when you're hitting 4-iron from 190 out here, and you're trying to cut it 20 yards to try to hold it up against the wind. It's something that I've gotten used to playing in more wind, and yeah, it doesn't make it any easier to execute, but you just gotta, you have to, same thing, you gotta be in the moment to hit those shots, and I've been in a couple of those and hit it, so hopefully keep doing that.
Todd?
Chris, we've heard some grumblings from players as they've walked off the golf course. We get the impression that it's hard, but is the setup fair in your opinion?
I'm going to try to answer this properly. I don't think it's unfair, but I do think for pace of play and certain aspects, there have been a couple, 14 today is probably aggressive, I will say. You're hitting a 4-iron to a 10-foot circle, and if it doesn't go there, it's off the green. And if you hit it 40 feet left, you have a very hard 2-putt. So, Bob made birdie in my group, and he had a great shot. So, is it unfair? Probably not. But is it going to make the round slow? Yeah. So, yesterday I think hole 8 was probably pushing it a little bit. I mean, I hit 5-wood yesterday, and I hit 7-iron today. So, granted, I don't know if they were expecting 30-mile-an-hour winds yesterday, but I also did shoot 5 under today. So, I don't think it's unfair by any stretch of the imagination, but you're not going to get any 4.5-hour rounds out here if that's what's going to happen. So, unfair, no, but tough to make birdies.
We'll finish up right here with Dylan.
Yeah, I guess, do you remember or playing a lot of other golf tournaments where the pins are this specifically tucked or challenging or on ridges, or does this happen kind of more than we think?
You know, on tour they do a good job. I mean, good being relative, but like a good job of putting it in tough spots and, you know, where a grain changes. And, you know, as a player, you don't think it's good because it's tough, but it's probably good for scoring. But I don't think, you know, I think this week is definitely an extreme in that department. More so with the wind. I think if it wasn't blowing 20 miles an hour, I don't think it would be, you know, I think there would be a lot more birdies. But every hole today, for the most part, I mean, there were some on the front that were reasonable and you can make birdies. Like hole 7 was relatively easy, 9 was relatively friendly. But a lot of the holes feel like they are, like, with the wind, you have no margin for error. If you, like, you know, 12 today was 4 paces on the green and a shelf and it's straight downwind. I mean, no one's going to try to skip it up there and stop it on the shelf. You're just going to have 25 feet, which is fine. It's not unfair, but you're not going to see a lot of shots that are, you know, hitting next to the pin and spinning back right there.
Yeah, and we spend too much time early in weeks trying to figure out how hard a golf course is going to play. We're always wrong, but it seems like we were extra wrong this week. Did you have a sense that it was that, I guess, scores were going to be this close to par through 2 rounds?
When it wasn't windy, I mean, you're playing the practice rounds and every pin's in the middle of the green, so like it looks easy and feels easier than it always is. But yeah, I mean, I was watching the coverage yesterday, and they were like, "I can't believe the scores are, you know, this high," and then you see guys pulling 5 woods on par 3s, and it's like, yeah, I mean, like no one's gonna be, there's gonna be a birdie maybe for the day on a hole where you're hitting 5 wood into a par 3. So. Yeah, I don't think it's easy by any stretch of the imagination, but obviously whoever wins is going to have played the best. So, you know, that's all you can ask for in a tournament.
Thanks for your time, Chris.
Yeah. Thank you.
Justin Thomas is with us at the 108th PGA Championship. We'll go ahead and jump right into questions. Starting over here on Mike A with Sean.
Would you call that 1 under better than yesterday's 1 under? How do they kind of compare?
I'm definitely leaving feeling better about it. It's, you know, it's funny how golf is of, you know, shooting 3 under on the front yesterday and 2 over on the back, and leaving here feeling like I left a bunch out there. I mean, I was still very pleased with the day, but it definitely feels a lot different than being 2 over through 3 today and battling back, you know, and shooting whatever, playing, was it last 5 or 6 holes, whatever it was, a couple under to shoot under par. So same end result, very different ways to get there. So hopefully just kind of combine the two this weekend.
Over to Dave on B.
Yeah, Justin, how many good shots did you hit today that didn't maybe end up in good places? Because that can happen here.
For sure. I can't really think of any that I hit how I wanted that went to bad places. I mean, you know, look at a hole like 2. That wasn't a bad wedge by any means, but, you know, I just pulled it ever so slightly, and because I pulled it, it just kind of went with the wind as opposed to holding the wind. And I mean, I missed my number by 1, but it went over the green because of that. So it's very, you have to hit the right shots or the shots that kind of are being asked, and I've just found that I feel like you have to have the opportunity to be aggressive or try to make birdies and not try to make them. Just because you have a wedge in your hand doesn't necessarily mean that you're trying to make birdie. If it's not the right number, the right wind, whatever it may be, it's just really, really hard to scramble and get up and down around these greens. So just hitting as many greens as possible is kind of been my philosophy, or trying to.
Up to Luke on 2.
Hey, JT. Technically, there's no such thing as an illegal pin, but what would you define generally as like a fair pin or an unfair pin?
I would say a lot has to do when it comes to like an unfair pin would be wind direction. You have to look at wind direction when it comes to that. If you, I think if you, I'm trying to think of an example here. You have a lot of slope on some of these greens to where, you get a hole like 11, say. Or 10 and 11 are great examples. If that pin today, I think if the wind was blowing the opposite direction and off the left, like it's really hard to use that section because it's so high, a ball probably it very easily could just blow to the middle of the green versus yesterday and today it was kind of on areas where the wind is going. It's not going to have an effect of blowing it off of the green type thing. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But, you just don't want a situation where every green speed has a percentage that a ball will not stay. So I would like to think and hope that anybody who's setting a golf course is not going to put a pin in that percentage. So I think kind of combining those two goes into it and making it fair or not.
Dylan on B.
You've talked about big priority just being, getting yourself in contention in the majors. Here you are, we're only halfway, but is there a certain satisfaction in getting yourself to this point, and how did you get here?
A lot of satisfaction for sure. I felt like I was very comfortable getting there. I think that's what I'm probably more proud of than or happy about than the scores itself. Is I didn't put any extra pressure on myself these first couple of days. I didn't feel like I make this moment bigger than it was. It just I really have felt like I'm doing a lot of things well and swinging well and playing well and been putting it well. So just go out and play. And it sounds so easy when you say it, but it's it's one of the hardest things to do in this sport, in my opinion. So I'm very, very pleased and proud of myself for doing that these first couple of days. And yeah, just kind of playing what the course kind of gives me. So just try to do more of that this weekend.
Paul?
Justin, I want to ask you specifically about that 11th green. It feels like guys have barely just a full wedge in there, and not many are putting it close. Just describe the challenge of that specific green, maybe today's pin as well.
Yeah, yesterday that was one of the easiest holes in the course. Even in the rough, downwind, I would argue if any of us in the fairway, if we hit a wedge outside of 15 feet to that pin, that's just a bad wedge shot. You have a backstop, the ball being downwind, you don't really have to worry about it spinning too much, like it's going to stay around there. But today, a pin is just over a slope there, and it's not hard to hit it to 20 feet past the hole, but it's really, really hard to hit it close. And I think that's a great example of if you have a great number and a full wedge that you can spin it and hit it close, great. But, you don't want to try to do too much and try to hit it close, kind of like I did there this morning. And the wind knocks the ball right out of the air and doesn't even come close. And I'm grinding to make a 5 when I have a sand wedge in my hand. So it just kind of speaks volumes to how this course can be, throughout the entire day.
Ben?
Justin, just on that, how difficult is it to stay patient in those situations when it is so difficult to reach those pins and get it close?
It's very hard, but I think, it's easier being in the position I've been in or getting off to a good start yesterday. I think it's a lot easier to be patient when you're under par and around the lead versus, if you're 2 or 3 over, I'd say that's when it's really hard to be patient. So that's what I'm very proud of myself this morning, being 2 over after 3 and and not forcing it, not feeling like I had to birdie every hole to get it back kind of thing. I mean, I've never seen a leaderboard like this in my life, so bunched, and I just out of curiosity, I mean, I know there's not a 10 shot rule here, but I was laughing last night looking at it. It would have been 148 people that would have made the cut if there's a 10 shot rule. So it's crazy. It's so hard to it can be so hard to make birdies when it's as windy as it was yesterday and this morning. And so yeah, it's hard for anybody to kind of go too crazy when the wind's like that.
We saw you. Can I just check? We saw you talking to an official. Were you guys put on the clock, and what happened there?
We were, yeah. We just didn't really agree with it. It's just it's hard because it it's kind of the whole time par thing. Like, what is time par? How can time par on this course be the same when it's blowing 25 and the pins are tough than if it's not? And this time par change every day. There's just so many factors that go into it, and we were behind. I think that wasn't our issue or being annoyed by it. It's just the fact that we weren't holding up the group behind us. They were, it seemed like every time we were on the green, they were on the tee and so on and so forth. And it's just the hard part to me with the whole pace of play thing is that there's so much that goes into golf, and there's so much that goes into it hole to hole in terms of, are you hitting it close? Are you able to tap it in? Or you have to mark stuff like that, to where are you holding the group up? Are you not? To where it's very hard to make that call. And we just didn't agree with it, to be honest, but we got taken off, a hole later. We were caught up. So it kind of goes to our point of why we didn't think we should have, but it is what it is. It's a part of it.
We'll go one more from Adam right here.
Did you rush at all? Did you do anything differently, knowing you were on the clock?
No. I mean, I backed off on my first shot of being on the clock even. It's so hard out here, and that's the last thing I want to do is make a mistake because I feel like I'm rushing. I mean, if we were for some reason to get in a position where we were getting bad times and we were continuing to be on, I would have had more discussions with the rules officials to kind of plead my case. But it's hard enough. I'm not going to sit out there and take 2 minutes. Like that's disrespectful to the field and everybody. But at the same time, I'm not going to rush and hit a shot that isn't right. So just kind of went about my business and just was ready to play when it was my turn, like I feel like I do normally.
Any specific mental tactic that you relied on today to help you stay patient?
I'd say I when it gets windy like this, I get very visual. I think it's why I think I play so well in the wind. Sometimes it's very specific, the trajectory and kind of the apex of the ball for it to go the distance you want. And I just feel like I use my eyes a lot of kind of where it's starting, where it's coming down. As it comes down, how far will it move when it gets on the green? Am I using a slope? Am I going against the slope? And, do I have room on this side, that side, so on and so forth? And I feel like I'm able to get very specific and artsy and kind of painting a picture in my head. So I feel like I just really tried to do that, each and every shot today.
Thanks for your time, Justin.
Yep.
Scottie Scheffler is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. We'll go ahead and jump right into questions, starting on B with Dave.
Yeah, Scotty, just talk about the start of the day. It seemed like you hit good shots, didn't get good results, but you hung in there. Can you sort of sum up what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hit many fairways to start the round, and I hit a good tee shot off 10 where I thought it would be in the fairway and ends up in the rough. I can't get it to the green, but that's probably the hardest fairway to hit on the golf course, just because of the pitch in it. And then, I hit it okay to start. It was really, really tough. It was blowing really hard, and it was quite cold as well, and so the golf ball wasn't really traveling anywhere. And it was just a really challenging morning overall. After the first, I think I was maybe 3 over through 4, and the par I made on 14 was extremely good. That was one of the craziest pins that I've seen. Just in terms of your ball wasn't going to roll off like 50 yards away, but that was like they put the pin on like this microphone. Like this was just like a high point. I hadn't seen anything like it. You saw. I made a really good 3.5 footer there, and if you don't start that perfectly online, it's probably not touching the hole. And you saw it with Fitzy and Rosie in my group, both of them missing a couple of putts inside 10 feet. When you got guys who can putt the ball like that, that's pretty rare. And so you knew there was some activity, I would say, around that hole. And then hit the really nice shot into 17 to kind of get things going. Definitely feel like stealing at least a shot there with how hard that hole's playing with the wind and off the left, and was able to make a few birdies on the back nine. I wish I could have taken a couple more shots there going to the easier side of the course as the conditions were getting better. I wish I could have gotten a few more there, but overall I did some good stuff. It was still pretty gusty as we played our back nine, which was the front nine as well. So overall, just a challenging morning.
Right here, Dylan.
Yeah, when the pins are this challenging, how does that affect strategy and the way you're thinking about even like a basic wedge shot, I guess?
Yeah, 10's a good example. I'm sitting there, the wind's blowing 20, 25 miles an hour right to left, and I got a green that goes like down right to left into a valley, up left to right, back right to left, and then the pin is quite literally, if I hit that chip shot and the pin's here and it goes to there, it goes all the way over the back of the green. Now I have a very, very difficult up and down for bogey, and so you just have to play smart and patient, and understanding that I hit good shots on the 10th hole, but there's sometimes, especially around a golf course like this, where you're going to hit some good shots that aren't quite good enough, and you get punished pretty severely for it. And I guess a lot of it is you just kind of have to be a little careful would be how I would say it. There's also just some things that are out of your control. You just got to continue to try to hit good shots, and most of the pins today were, kind of absurd. They were just so far into the areas where we thought the pins were going to be, and then they just, the one on 14 was probably the hardest pin that I've seen in a long time, just because there's literally just a spine, and they're like, I'll just put the pin right on top of it. And you're like, all right, well, see what I can do. And just challenging.
Josh?
Scotty, you talked about patience a lot yesterday. When you have the start you did today and the wind is the way it is and the pins are the way they are, what's your process to stay patient and not get frustrated?
I feel like if it's hard for me out there, then it's going to be hard for other players. And it was pretty obvious to tell this morning the conditions were pretty tough, and so I just kept trying to remind myself of that. And I think also when the pins get this hard, you really have to choose kind of your moments when you're going to try and maybe get after a pin, or try and play a little bit smarter. You look at a good example would be the difference for me between number 2 and number 4 today. Number 2, we get into that fairway and that pin's tucked pretty far into the back of the green. I've only got 140 pin, but I hit what I felt was a pretty good shot there to 30 feet. And then we get to the 4th hole, and I have almost the exact same number with a slightly different wind direction. It's okay, I just hit this shot 2 holes ago, and if it's the exact same shot here, it should work out perfectly. So now I'm going to try and hit a shot where I can kind of get it towards that pin. Whereas on the 2nd hole, with how much the wind was blowing and where that pin's located, it's this isn't really the time for me to try and shove one back in there. Just get in there about 30 feet and 2-putt and get out of there, and maybe you can steal with a long putt. And then get to the 4th hole, get the right number, and it's okay, let me try and get it in there a little bit closer. And a lot of it's just kind of managing, I think, your way around the golf course.
Alan?
Did anything unfair happen to you out there?
Not unfair. I think the only time in our game where it's unfair is like if you get winds starting to blow the ball off of greens, and I hadn't seen that yet, and it looks like the wind's going to die down as the week goes on. So I don't think we'll see that this week. It's just it's kind of funny sometimes. I feel like the thing in our game right now, which I do enjoy. I love hard tests of golf, but it's also the hardest game in the world, and we're trying to make it harder. And there's different ways you can do that. You can do that on a golf course like this. I mean, I truly believe they can have the winning score be whatever they would want it to be. I mean, it could be over par if they want it to be, just based purely upon pin locations. And is that the best test? Who knows? It's a different test, and I think that's what's great about our game is very rarely do we play the same golf course. And even when you do, and it's a place like Augusta, it's different each and every year. And so conditions are always changing. The golf course is always changing. And I think it's the hardest game in the world, and still just trying to solve a bit of the puzzle.
But does it negate some of your advantage if some pins you just simply no one can get to?
Not necessarily. I think a lot of times, I mean, if I was to hit 14 fairways and 18 greens today, my score would be different than 1 over. It's not like there's always spots where you can hit the ball. Sometimes it's just a matter of whether or not you want to take it on, or if you want to play smart. That's why I talk about kind of getting the right numbers. There's spots where I would try to attack, and there's other spots where it's like, I might want to be a little bit more careful with this pin location. But definitely, I wouldn't say there's anything unfair out there.
Paulo?
It's hard to know how the wind's going to feel until you're out there, but coming into the week and practicing, did it feel like it was going to be this hard of a test for you? And I guess, is that surprising now that you've done 2 rounds?
You talking about the wind specifically?
Yeah, and the pins, just the entire test, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you never know going into a tournament how things are going to be, and you just get a feel for the golf course and how firm the greens are. And I was a bit surprised how far they pushed a lot of these pin locations. But, I mean, when you're looking at the pins Wednesday night, you see it, you're like, oh, wow, yeah, they're pushing these things as far as they can. You're like, okay, great. And then going into it. I was a bit surprised how windy it was. Like, when we went out to play our practice round on Wednesday, there was guys that even elected not to play just because of how windy it was on Wednesday. And it was fairly comparable to how it was this morning. And I was glad I went out there and played on Wednesday, because I think that experience on a new golf course and a lot of wind was helpful for me going into today's round.
In terms of the pin, does it feel different than on, I guess, recent PGA Championship setups, or does it feel just a little harder just for the sake of the particular golf course?
I didn't follow that.
Does the setting up of the pins, does that feel harder than recent PGA Championship setups?
This is the hardest set of pin locations that I've seen since I've been on tour, and that includes U.S. Opens, that includes Oakmont. I asked Fuch, who caddies for Justin Rose, he's been around a long time, and I asked Teddy too. In the middle of today's round, I was like, have y'all seen anything like this before? And they said maybe Shinnecock is the only place they've seen that had pins that could compare to this. But like, it's different in a sense on this golf course, because like Oakmont, like their greens are extremely severe, but they're extremely severe in one direction. Here it's like the green may slope all this way, and then we put the pin down here, and then there's also a slope this way, and like it's not as how would you say, natural to the slopes that are there. There's a bit more, I think, that's manufactured into the greens, and I mean it's just very difficult. I mean, it's difficult to get the ball close to the hole. It's difficult to hold putts, especially when you have big slopes and wind, and I think that's why you see the scores so close to par.
Take one more from Mark.
Hey, Scottie. We're just most of this discussed about how difficult the course is and the conditions and the pins and whatnot. When you look up and see a 65 for Gotterup for Chris today, did you see a 65 out there, and how good of a round do you figure that was?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can always see it, and I think that's what's great about the harder tests. A lot of times you see somebody figure it out. Like you see that in a lot of U.S. Opens. You see that in a lot of these tournaments, and like you see it on a golf course like Riviera. Like somebody always figures it out, and I think that's when you see a really good test. I think a lot of times when you see the scores get so close together, it may not be as good of a test. And so when you see a score like that from a guy like Chris, he's obviously a really talented player, and I think that's a good thing. It's I just got to be a heck of a round. And yes, I did see it out there, but I was 6 shots off of that, so that was a pretty nice round.
If I could just ask a quick follow, how well have you gotten to know Chris a little bit along the way here, and what do you admire about the way he goes about his business?
Chris, I mean, I played with him first couple rounds in Phoenix this year where he won, and one thing that has impressed me about him is just his attitude, the way he goes about things. He's not a guy that's really going to get very flustered. He may get frustrated from time to time, but he's never going to be a guy that is going to get overly frustrated and have it affect his next shot. He just has a really good attitude about the way he goes about things on the golf course and in life too. Like he's a great guy to be around, fun guy to hang out with, and he just kind of likes to have fun. He happens to be really good at golf, and that's pretty much it. You know, he just likes to have fun, and I feel like that's kind of his personality. He's just like, yeah, you know, I play golf. I'm pretty good sometimes, and other times I'm bad. I think that's kind of how a lot of us feel. But I would say his greatest strength is probably his attitude.
Thanks for your time, Scottie.
Thanks.
Alex Smalley is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Alex, a 69 for you today. What can you tell us about your second round?
A lot of really good moments, some not so great moments, and then a lot of just trying to keep moving forward in between. It was difficult. It was chilly this morning. The wind was up. Some of the hole locations are very difficult. They're right on the top of a crown, so you might have a putt that goes uphill, but once it gets to the hole, it starts going downhill. So I had a couple 15 or 20 footers up the hill today that I was really just trying to lag up near around the hole and try not to let it get away from me. It was difficult. I definitely would have taken a 1 under today before I teed off.
That's great. Thanks. Gabby?
Hey, Alex. Your caddy mentioned that you guys got put on the clock on one. Could you just talk about the emotions after that hit, and then also just looking up and maybe seeing your name at the top of the leaderboard? Like, what was the kind of mixture of emotions when all that was happening?
Yeah, we had, the last 17 and 18 are two very difficult holes. Chandler got a bad break on 18 to hit the tree and kind of went sideways. So I knew we were a little behind. We had already been warned, I think, before that. So I was aware we were probably going to get timed. It's not my first time being timed, so I wasn't too caught up in the moment with it. But it is what it is. What was the second part?
Just about, maybe do you look at the leaderboards out there and seeing your name kind of floating at the top? What goes through your mind when you see that?
I try not to, but it's hard to sometimes because the leaderboards are right in your face in a number of spots. So I was aware of where I was on the leaderboard. Try not to think about it a whole lot just because at that point in time the golf tournament wasn't even halfway over yet. So realizing that I was near the top and there's a lot of golf left, you just have to try and keep pushing forward and just try to hit as many greens as you can and try to get as many birdie putts as you can because it's playing pretty difficult.
Stay right here with Shane.
Nice round, Alex. Looking at you from the outside, not knowing much about you, can be easy to say, oh, he seems quiet or he seems unassuming. But we talking to your caddy, and I spoke with Jamie Green. They say not the case at all. There's a lot of intensity there. And so I wanted to put it to you. How do you see yourself in terms of your attitude on the course, in terms of your personality among other golfers?
I'm certainly not one that's super loud or boisterous or, I try to stay laid back. I don't like being in the spotlight a whole lot, so I'm still trying to get used to playing in front of large groups of people like there are at tournaments like this one. Starting to get better, but my first couple of years on tour, I kind of struggled with that, and it's a different feeling when you have hundreds or thousands of eyeballs on you at once. It can be a little overwhelming. So I just try to go about my business as best as I can, and realize that there's probably people that don't know who I am, and that's fine. And I just try to keep going from there.
You might have just answered this, but what do you think explains, how consistent and successful you've been this year? Are you 29? Is that right?
Yeah.
So yeah, what is it that's kind of kicked into gear and clicked for you?
I think tempo and rhythm are big parts of my golf swing. If I can keep my tempo and rhythm in check, I'm typically pretty good off the tee and into the green. So I've really just tried to dive into that and focus on that this year. And I think it serves me pretty well. And my caddy, Michael, and I, we just started at the beginning part of this year, but he's very easy to get along with. So we try to keep the mood and atmosphere light in between shots. Obviously, you want to focus when you get up to your ball, but in between shots when we're walking around, you can kind of let your mind go a little bit because it's very, very difficult to focus for 5 or 5.5 hours consecutively. So try to focus pretty intently for 20 or 30 seconds at a time and then get out of it.
Jim?
Alex, how big, coming off bogey, how big was the second shot you hit on 4? And did you kind of know how it would react out of the rough?
Well, any shot was big. I think the tee shot was bigger. I thought my ball was going to be in the fairway on 4, so I was a little surprised when I got up there to not see a ball in the fairway. The lie was good. I got lucky on that one. There wasn't a whole lot of grass around my ball, so I didn't really have to worry about how it was going to come out of the rough. The lie was really good. When I hit it, I landed it a little further into the green than what we were trying to. I guess it was close to going in the hole because some of the crowd in the grandstand behind the green went a little crazy, but I was just hoping it stayed on the green. I wasn't sure if it had gone just over the green into the rough. That would have been a very difficult chip because you were kind of chipping back uphill, and then 2 or 3 feet before the hole, it kind of went back downhill away from the pin. So I find that I was pretty fortunate for my ball to stay on the green, and then hit a really good putt. You know, it wasn't an easy 8 or 9 footer at all, just because you had an uphill part and then a downhill part. So I was pretty pleased to see that one go in.
Adam?
Alex, what has your recent success done for your confidence?
It's done a lot. I mean, you know, you can have the self-confidence in yourself before you play a tournament and know that, yes, I'm good enough to compete out here. But when you have results to back it up, I think that gives you that little extra mojo or that little extra confidence as well. So, you know, I know I'm a good player that can compete out here on the PGA Tour, but having some finishes that have been able to back up that success the last maybe 2 or 3 weeks has allowed me to kind of realize, like, oh, okay, well, I don't even, you know, I can't just compete out here. I can, you know, compete for a title.
How did being put on the clock affect you today?
I don't know if it really affected me a whole lot. Like I told Gabby, this isn't my first time being on the clock. 17 and 18 are tough holes. We had a couple bad breaks on 18, so I probably knew that we were going to be timed because we had been warned earlier in the round. It's always a little disconcerting when you feel like you kind of have to rush a little bit. So I tried not to feel like I was rushed, but I just misjudged the putt from over the green on 1. Didn't catch my bunker shot on 2, and then hit a really poor wedge shot on 3. So I really don't attribute those things to being on the clock. Just kind of comes with playing out here. There's going to be times where you're timed, and it's just going to happen.
We'll wrap things up with Juan on 3.
So do you have a sense of how good it is to be 4 under after 2 days in these conditions and this golf course? And was there any time during your round where you felt like you were getting away from the mix?
Getting away from the...
From the contention.
From contention, okay. Yeah, I'm very pleased with 4 under. I mean, it played difficult the first couple of days with the wind. There's a couple fairways out here where I'm just not really sure how you're supposed to hit the fairway. Number 10 and number 15 are 2 of those examples. I mean, the wind was going the same direction as the contour of the fairway, so you almost had to slice it up into the wind on 10 and 15 to be able to keep it in the fairway. And the fairways are running out, so I'm just, I'm kind of perplexed on how you're supposed to hit either of those fairways. But yeah, I mean, I'm, very happy with 4 under. We'll see what the afternoon holds. I don't know what the lead's going to be, but we'll see. I don't know if there was ever a point where I felt it kind of slipping away. I had a rough stretch on 1, 2, and 3. I don't know if I was just happy with getting away from some of the tougher holes on the back 9, like getting through 17, getting through 18. I don't know if I kind of let my foot off the gas pedal a little bit. I don't ever think I was feeling like it was slipping away, but I just had to get back to what I was doing before, just try to hit as many greens as I can and see if a putt would fall.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Alex.
Thank you.
take a seat.
Please do.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Hey. David Puig is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. David, great day for you today. How would you summarize your second round?
No, yeah, definitely. Score was very good. I thought I definitely drove it a lot better yesterday, but my putting was really the key today, and the patience. I made 2 great par putts on 7 and 8 to kind of kept going, and made a great par on 12 as well, and play the last 4 holes, which are really tough, really good. So really proud of the fight and the round.
Thanks, David. We'll take some questions starting here on B with Mike.
I mean, this is your best position after any round in a major. Just how excited are you to go into the weekend with a chance to really make some noise?
No, yeah, very excited. I get up every day for weeks and days like today. Really excited about the weekend. I think, obviously I could do some things better, hopefully the weekend. But I think I've been, getting a little better year after year, and I definitely got to this major championship as best prepared as I've ever was, compared to the other ones that I played. So, really excited to have some sort of late tee time on a Saturday at a major championship, and, I'll give my best, and hopefully it's good.
So I think right now you're leading in strokes gained off the tee through 36 holes.
Oh, really?
Last time I checked. But obviously, as you mentioned, it was your putting today. How satisfying is it to be able to lean on not just your driver, but also the putter in a major?
No, yeah, it's amazing. Yesterday's driving was incredible, right? So today I probably visit the rough a couple more times, so that's why I said maybe I drove it a little worse, but I mean, it's still, pretty good. And I mean, yesterday didn't really make much on the greens, but today I had a great day, so it's good to have some sort of combination between driver and putter. It's really great.
And you played with a guy that was leading for a large part of the round today. How fun was it? And he's a little bit younger than you too, if I recall. How fun was it to kind of be out there, 2 guys really battling it out, in a major, young guys?
No, yeah, it was awesome. He's a really talented player. Hits it really far because, I think I hit it pretty far, but he's definitely longer than me. So, and yeah, I mean, he obviously the last couple of holes, with a couple bogeys, but I mean, he played unbelievable golf today and yesterday. And I mean, he's pretty much accomplished a lot of things already. But I mean, he's got a really, really bright future in front of him. So, I mean, amazing player.
David, en español, que cuenta un poco qué te ha funcionado bien hoy y cuál ha sido un poco el reto, ¿no? Y el grado de satisfacción, por supuesto, ¿no?
No, bueno, sí, el día en general ha sido muy bueno. Creo que salir por la tarde un viernes, pues siempre tienes el corte, ¿no? Un poco en la cabeza, el querer hacerlo bien, el querer jugar el fin de semana. Creo que he empezado bastante bien, sobre todo con esos 2 birdies, ¿no? El 2 y el 6, que quieras o no, pues ayudan un poco a uno estar un poco más relajado. Los putts del 7 y del 8 han sido vitales para par y para de alguna manera seguir en esa posición, y creo que los 9 segundos pues los he jugado muy bien, sacando un poco el hierro del 14. Creo que he jugado muy, muy consistente y muy sólido, y obviamente pues orgulloso con el final, pero bueno, como digo, ¿no? He intentado centrarme en coger muchos greens en regulación. He sufrido 3 o 4 veces, pero creo que he hecho una buena labor en eso, y al final pues obviamente metiendo un par de putts pues me ha ayudado a obtener un gran resultado.
Hablábamos con John al principio de la semana, un poco que él contaba de lo que juega contigo, lo que practica contigo, la relación, y el potencial que tienes, ¿no? Y ahora, bueno, ahora estáis los dos top 10 ahora mismo. John se ha puesto tercero. Entonces, pues un poco, cuéntame un poco esa relación y qué es lo que significa para la calidad de tu juego, ¿no?
No, sí, John y yo, pues afortunadamente, ¿no? Pasamos mucho tiempo juntos, tanto en Arizona como en Leaf, como en prácticamente todos los torneos, ¿no? que jugamos. Siempre, pues, quedamos ya sea para cenar o para jugar 9 hoyitos de prácticas. También compartimos, ¿no? el mismo entrenador, tanto en casa, en el gimnasio, como Dave cuando vienen los torneos. Entonces, pasamos mucho tiempo juntos. Para mí es todo un orgullo el poder estar a su lado, aprender de él, de todas las cosas buenas que hace, que son un montón, sobre todo con el golf y a nivel personal también. Entonces, sin duda alguna me ha ayudado de alguna manera pues yo llegar aquí, ¿no? y estar un poco en esta posición donde estoy. Entonces, nada, solo agradecimiento para él y obviamente pues le deseo siempre lo mejor.
Thanks for your time, David. Aldrich Potters with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Aldrich, what can you tell us about your second round?
Yeah, it was great. I think looking at those last 2 holes was kind of unfortunate, but yeah, I felt like I was in control most of the round and had some really nice par saves that kind of kept the momentum going, so I was quite happy with it.
Wonderful. Take some questions, starting here on B with Jim.
You're young. Are you going to be able to just put out of your head what happened at 17 and 18 and just get back to business tomorrow morning? Or does that will stick with you for a little bit?
No, I think you're kind of looking at it as a aspect of, okay, sleeping on the lead is not, it's always good, but it's mentally probably draining for a week like this where it's so big. So I think being at a couple of shots back kind of puts me in that position to be able to go and go look for a low round instead of defend. Looking back to some of the positions I was in through on the PGA Tour with the Rocket Mortgage, it was tough sleeping on that lead, and that opening Sunday round was pretty hard, that first 6 holes, until I lost the lead, and I was like, okay, if I win today, it's fine. If I don't, it's also fine. There'll be 100 other opportunities coming. So it was nice for me to kind of get to that point where I lost the lead, and I was like, well, now we can just go and attack again and kind of be in that position where I'm not really thinking about it too much. So I think if we can kind of keep that mindset going for the weekend and kind of stay inside a reaching range, but also attack a little bit, I think it'll be good. I think the weather's also looking good, so might be able to go and get some more birdies.
Go ahead.
Coming into this week, kind of what was your mindset? What was your goal, and kind of where are you on that, that trajectory?
Yeah, playing some good golf in the last couple of weeks leading into this. So I am going home for 2 weeks as well after this. So it was also kind of make something worth taking home. So, but yeah, there was no big expectations to maybe winning or something like that. But it's also a lot of points for FedEx. So we definitely want to make the top 30 and top 50 at least. So it's a really good week, and the golf course was set up nicely for me. So we just thought, giving myself a chance on every hole to kind of build on and have a good result at the end of the week was that was it.
So kind of following on Jim's question, I mean, tomorrow you'll be paired with some of the top guys here. There's going to be a lot of people following you. What do you do mentally to deal with the situation? And do you rely on people like Ernie to talk about the experience and how to deal with a situation like that, no?
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people out following us, but I think it'll be better than the final group maybe or something like that. So I think there's a lot of positives still taking into this weekend, being in the position I am instead of leading by one or being tied for the lead. So I think I'm pretty confident on what I can do on the golf course, and now it's just kind of giving myself chances and just staying where I'm at.
Go back to Jim.
Just curious, you used the word attack a few times. Can you be aggressive on this golf course? With we've heard so much about the hole locations, but do you still feel you can be aggressive?
Yeah, I think it comes down to it's going to get warmer, so I'm going to hit my driver a little bit further as well. The winds are going to stay up, so it's kind of picking those 5 or 6 holes where you're like, okay, I want to make a couple of give myself a couple of good looks, or there's 5 or 6 holes where it's like if you shoot level par through this 5 stretch, you're going to be up on most of the field anyway. So it's kind of picking more of the golf course and having that aggressive mindset on certain holes. But yeah, I think if I can hit a lot of fairways and hit it really far, I'm going to have a lot of wedges into most of the screen. So I think that will beat a lot of guys coming in with their 9-irons or 8-irons.
Great. Thanks for your time, Aldrich. We appreciate it.
Zoom test. Zoom test. Seems pretty clean. 1, 2.
Yep, it sounds all good now.
Stephan Jaeger's with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Stephan, 70 for you today. How would you summarize your second round?
Yeah, a bogey free. Unfortunately, also birdie free. But you know, I think I just said that. I think in a major, you'll take 18 pars and go to sleep happy tonight. You know, I had some chances on the back, but I also made some really nice par saves early on and a few on the back. So overall, I'm very happy. Yeah, the way I'm hitting it, I really like that for sure.
That's great. Thanks. Jim?
Stephan, at this level, this type of golf, have you ever played 18 pars?
You know, somebody just asked me that. I actually don't know if I've ever made 18 pars. I just mentioned, I think if you do it at John Deere, I think you're not going to be too happy because the cut's 5, 6, 7 under. But at a major, it's you know, it's an even par 70. But I actually don't know if I've made 18 pars in a round before. I feel like I have, but I don't know that answer.
And will you take more, you know, does it say more for you that you played, you know, without a bogey? That's pretty impressive, not to focus on no birdies.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the way I hit it today, it could have easily been 3, 4 under if I made some putts like I did yesterday. I felt like I actually hit it better today than I did yesterday, which I think that's the positive I'm going to take out of it. You know, the golf course is not going to get easier on the weekend. It's going to get firmer. It's going to be a little hotter. So being able to hit it out of the fairway and give yourself those looks, that's what I kind of kept telling myself. You know, just give yourself that, you know, 15 to 30 foot range where it's, you know, you can make a few. If you're in the right spot, you actually can hit a wedge close on the front nine for sure.
Adam?
The guys this morning said that it was kind of carnage out there. How different did the course play, do you think, in the afternoon? Did you watch any of the morning?
I didn't watch any. I walked outside the house. It was pretty chilly this morning. And I know the wind was up, like we played probably our front 9 or probably front 13 or 14 holes, or the first 13 or 14 holes. It kind of laid down a little bit for us coming in. But, you know, at that point, the golf course is already pretty firm. And you know, especially on a pin position like 8, you know, like you're going to get 30 feet, minimum. So I definitely think we might have gotten the better wave of the two. I don't know what the scores look like, but just as a feel, it feels a little better. Once again, I've been on the other side of that draw plenty of times, so I'm not going to be mad about it.
Do you remember the last time you made 18 pars in a round?
Yeah, I just said I don't know. I don't know if I've ever made it. I don't know. That's probably something we can look up, or somebody can look up. But I'm happy to do it at a major for sure.
And how would you just describe your season to date?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few good ones. You know, I think as a professional athlete, anytime you always want a little more. And I've been kind of working my way towards this form a little bit. I've been putting well this year. I've just kind of been trying to find, you know, my iron game a little bit. It's been struggling a little bit this year. You know, my driving is what it is. Some golf courses set up great for me. Some don't. I'm never going to be somebody that's going to hit 65% of his fairways. I'm okay with that. You know, like I say, some golf courses like this week sets up great for me. And some weeks like Arnold Palmer does not say great for me because I'm going to make a lot of probably 6s just with the water hazards. But I'm happy to be here. I like this place. I like Philly. I played well at the Cricket Club last year. So maybe it's the good vibes of Philly and the cheesesteaks.
Jim?
I'm just curious. It's been a little raw, a little cold the last few days. I don't think anyone's been comfortable. Mm-hmm. It's going to be warmer, but how does that change the golf? What do you think it will do for the golf course if it is warm?
I think with the warmth, I don't know how much protection they have to do for the golf course. You know, if they need to water the greens at all, I doubt it. I think they have the place right where they want it. They have plenty of people around to know, it's going to be harder this weekend, and we can kind of push that limit what the golf course can take. I felt like some of the fairways were harder to hit today, just especially with the bounce. For instance, 3, you have to carry a bunker on 3, but then that next set of bunkers is in play. So it definitely makes the fairways smaller. Some of the slopes that they have away from the dog legs is hard. So that'll be interesting to see what happens on the weekend for sure.
And up to Juan on 3.
So we do, before I go to German, we're going to look it up and see if it happened before.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like you just copied the numbers from the scorecard.
Yeah.
But I mean, in German, can you talk about how hard it is to do that? How hard it is to no bogeys or no birdies in a place like this? So.
Ja, natürlich. Also wenn man beim Major keine Bogies macht, ist schon schwierig. Ich hätte gern ein paar Birdies gemacht, aber wie gesagt, even Par bin ich super zufrieden dafür. Wie ich vom langen Spiel heute gespielt habe, wenn ich das nochmal 2 Tage machen kann und vielleicht ein paar längere Putts machen, dann habe ich eine Chance for sure.
And one more thing is how comfortable or what would be the challenge to be in the position you are right now into the weekend?
German or English?
German, yeah.
Ja, klar, also nervös ist man immer, aber für mich, ich denke mir immer, so eine Nervosität ist was Positives, weil da weißt du, dass du was Gutes machst. Ich freue mich auf eine Chance, das habe ich schon immer gesagt, ich freue mich da vorne dabei zu spielen. Hoffentlich werde ich ein paar Birdies machen dem Wochenende und ja, schauen wir mal, wie wir am Sonntag stehen.
Okay.
Adam?
More in English. Yesterday, I'm not sure if you caught wind of this, but Martin Keimer said he doesn't really count you as a German anymore. You've been living in the U.S. too long. Yeah. How do you feel about that?
Well, I can show him my passport. I only have one. That's the German one. He's not wrong, right? I mean, I've been here in the States for longer than I was in Germany, right? I've been here 20 years. I left Germany when I was 17. So I still consider myself, I have some German ticks to me, but I also have a lot of Tennessean in me. And so, to the positives, I'll take. And, the Germans, we do try to be a little too perfect sometimes, which can get me in some trouble every once in a while, for sure.
Perfect. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys.
Minwoo Lee is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Minwoo, a solid 70 for you today. What can you tell us about your second round?
Yeah, not as in control as yesterday, I would say, but happy with the grind. I did lose it a little bit out there, just in the middle part. There's some tough holes out there, but you know it's very easy to get your mind spiraling, but you can't do that at a major championship. So made sure me and Shane, my caddy, had to regroup and thought I played the last 7-8 holes pretty good. But yeah, the scores are showing that it's a very tough course.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll take some questions, starting with Patrick on mic 4.
Congrats, you're in a really good position. Not wanting to get ahead of ourselves, but we all play this sport, or you guys play this sport to win the biggest prizes available. What would a major title mean to you?
Yes, we are getting ahead. No, it's it's everyone's, every golfer's dream. It would be special. I mean, you would elevate as a player, and yeah, I don't want to jinx anything, but yeah, if we get to that question again, I would answer it how I feel.
It would be nice for the family as a whole, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
A major
yeah,
title.
it is tough. You win one, but you got to win 3 more to overtake the sister. So there's still a long way to go.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Down here, Alan on B.
Minwoo, is this the toughest setup you've ever faced?
I wouldn't say the toughest, but it is very tough. I think the fairways are wide enough, I think, to not make it the hardest, course. But the scores are showing that it is, very tough. It feels like a US Open course with the rough pretty thick, especially around the greens. And it's windy. That doesn't help. And then obviously the undulating greens, it's tough. Even, I saw plenty of putts miss from short range, even myself. And it's just one of those where you can't let your mind spiral. But it is tough. I'm not going to say it isn't tough, because, I mean, it is bloody tough. But yeah, that's what you expect at a course like this.
Were there any pins or any tee choices that you thought were questionable?
I mean, obviously the 1 on 8, going from a hybrid to an 8-iron is a very big difference, but I think we all learned that 8 yesterday was a very tough hole. It went from like the toughest to the easiest hole. So, I mean, I don't think that was expected yesterday. Like, even me and Shane, my caddy, were out there and we hit 4-iron into there on the practice round, and then you go up there and you're like, I mean, it could be hybrid, and that's, a 20-yard difference between 4-iron and hybrid. So it kind of took us by surprise a little bit. But, I mean, you expect that at a major championship. It's supposed to be hard. Some pins were on hills, I'd say, and I did see a lot of missed putts on the coverage in the morning when I was up. But, again, it's expected. It's tough.
Go ahead.
Min, in your last 29 starts, you've only missed 5 cuts. I think dating back to last year's Arnold Palmer, but 4 of those have come in the last 4 majors. What's clicked for you this week? Obviously, you're now tied third going into the weekend.
Yeah, I think I just like the way this course shapes up to me. Again, you got to drive it really well, and I have been driving it really well. Approach play is a lot better, and the chipping and putting's not too bad too. So I think just becoming a lot better player over the last year, I would say. Definitely matured, but the game has matured as well, and that's where we want to be. And hopefully we can keep going when the circumstances become tougher, and especially at a major.
Jim?
If we get the heat that they're predicting for Saturday and Sunday, does the complexion of the golf course change for the good or for the tougher?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the fairways are running pretty fast already. So if it does become firmer, some of those holes, they do camber to the rough, which is obviously going to play a bit tougher. But you'll definitely have to play from the fairway if you want to make some birdies. there's a couple holes where I hit 4-iron or a hybrid just to get it in play today. So depending on the wind, if it does blow, then it's gonna be tough. We'll see.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Ludvig Aberg is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. A real nice 66 for you today. What'd you do well out there?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, I did most things better. I was hitting more fairways, I was hitting it closer, and I was making more putts. And we knew going into today it was going to be a day of patience with some of those pins. The wind was up early in our round. It kind of died down, which made it a little bit easier, but still a difficult golf course. And I'm pleased with the way kind of the scorecard kind of showed that patience a little bit today, which I'm pleased with.
Perfect, thanks. Take some questions. Patrick on mic 4.
Ludvig, hi. 2 under par, you're in a very nice position. Well played today. How do you assess where you are now going into the weekend? Looking very, very optimistic.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, optimistic is a good word. I think I like that yesterday I didn't hit the ball very well, but I was able to sort of get back into hitting golf shots again today, and I felt like I was striking it nice all day. So if I can keep that up tomorrow and keep the patience, I'll be happy.
How many pins were there out on the golf course today where you felt like you just simply could not make a run at them?
Plenty. Yeah, definitely plenty. You know, the one that stands out is definitely 11, where you probably know going into you're not going to get it close. What's cool about this place is it gives you short clubs, but on a lot of these par 4s, but it's still really hard to get it close. And then you mix that in with some strong par 3s, and it's a good test. I felt like I handled it well today. I didn't feel like I didn't try to force anything. I was okay with 20 feet, and I was okay with 25 feet at times. And I think that's what you got to do when you play this golf course.
What was the best shot you hit to a really tough flag today?
I really like the wedge I hit on 2. 2 is a back pin where it goes away from you behind it, and I was able to kind of take some off of a sandwich and fly it and hop and stop it to where I wanted to putt from. But yeah, there's plenty of tough ones. I mean, 14 comes to mind too. 4 or 5 iron to a back right pin, and yeah, overall pleased with today.
Jim?
How long was the putt at 14?
14, 20, 25 feet maybe.
How much, are there many putts you have that don't break less than like 2 feet?
No, you get a lot of breaky putts. I feel like I use the aim point system, and I play a lot of sort of 2 to 3% putts. And yeah, they're tricky. The lag putts are a lot of up and over. Speed is really important, which gets tricky when it's windy, but it's a good test.
Perfect. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Maverick McNeely is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. Maverick, a nice 67 for you today. What'd you do well out there?
Yeah, I feel like I played 4.5 really good hours of golf. Didn't play my best coming in, but there's always good stretches and bad stretches. Had a lot of things go my way today, I think. I had a good tee time. That helped. This afternoon played a lot easier than the morning, I think. Didn't take advantage of it as much as I would have liked, but that went my way. Had a couple short game shots go my way. Bunker shot going in on 16 was a good example. And honestly, it was a lot of fun playing with Patty Harrington out there today. It's kind of been a frustrating year in some ways for me on the golf course, and seeing a guy that has such a great attitude and really loves the game and loves to compete as much as he does, and just a quintessential great professional golfer. That was a great example for me out there today from an attitude standpoint, and he played great today, so that was a lot of fun.
That's great. Thanks, Maverick. Questions? Patrick on 4.
Yeah, thank you, Maverick. Very well played. You had an impressive recent showing at Augusta National, the Masters. You co-lead the tournament going into the weekend. How much would you say your confidence levels and comfort levels of playing in major tournaments have now really, really soared?
I honestly wouldn't say they're that high. I didn't feel like I played that great. I somehow got a lot out of my game, and this is obviously new territory for me, but I am confident that it's going to go into the experience bank, and good or bad, I'm going to learn a lot from it, and really excited to test my game in ways it hasn't been tested before. And I think this is the next step for me as a professional is competing and playing well in this type of tournament.
It's a tough course, tough setup. What was most challenging about it all out there today in the heat of battle for you?
I think the thing that's hardest to see is that every hole location's on a crown. From TV, everything looks kind of flat, but you get up there and everything's on a crown. If you miss the putt right, it breaks right. You miss the putt left, it breaks left. Lag putting's difficult because you're going through ridges. There's competing slopes. So is the hill going to win, or is the little mound going to win? And then it seems like every lag putt, it falls off behind the flag. So if you hit it just a little too hard, it's going to run out an extra couple feet. So I think that's been the most difficult part of the setup here.
Jim?
Mav, could you give us the details of 16 and how special was that coming off of the bogey at 15?
Yeah, bogey at 15, that was my one of my three putts this week, I think. So it hasn't exactly been really tidy, but that tee shot was big. It's a left to right sloping fairway. I knew I had enough to cover the bunker, but wind off the left, it's a hard fairway to hold. So quality swing there, rewarded myself with a 4-iron out of the fairway. In off the left, and I knew that left bunker was better than right bunker, but didn't hit the best shot, but at least missed it in the correct bunker. And walking up, saw it was a decent lie and thought it was makeable, and came out perfect.
Perfect. Thanks for your time, Maverick.
Thank you.
Rory McIlroy is with us now at the 108th PGA Championship. We'll go ahead and jump right into questions, starting right here with Alex.
Rory, obviously 67 was pretty good out here today. Being 5 back, which certainly within the reach, but yet you have 29 guys you got to jump over. What's the more difficult of the two, you think?
Yeah, I think, if you can get it go, it's hard. It's been hard to make birdies out there because obviously the wind the last couple of days, but also where they've put these hole locations. I feel like they've really tried to protect the course the first couple of days. So, it seems like they've used up a lot of the really hard ones. So depending on, a little bit calmer conditions and maybe a couple more favorable hole locations, I think, guys that are just here for the weekend I think everyone's got to feel like they've got a chance. Yeah, yes, it's bunched, but you get on a run with wedges in that front 9 and you shoot 4 or 5 under and all of a sudden you're right in the thick of things. At 5 back, I do feel like I'm right in the tournament, and that's really what I wanted to do today was to just get myself back in it, and I feel like I've done that.
And one other thing, you characterized your round yesterday with a...
Shit.
Yes. What would you characterize it today as?
Not as shit.
We'll go right back here.
Rory, not many people this week have gone bogey-free, hardly anyone. Is it a question of really staying patient out there and just waiting for the few chances that do come your way?
Yeah, it is, and I think this afternoon I had a better understanding of how the course was playing, and just watching a little bit of the coverage early on today. I probably went out there yesterday being a little too aggressive, thinking that guys were going to go lower than they were. Because I certainly didn't in the practice rounds. I certainly didn't see it playing as difficult as it has played. So I think knowing that the field isn't going to get away from you, you can be a little bit more patient, especially this afternoon.
Talking of patient, it seemed quite slow out there. You had a little sit down on the 10th. You seem to be waiting an awful long time for some of those shots and some of these tee shots. Was it really painful out there at times?
It was slow. I think there were a couple of grips ahead of us. Did Sahith maybe lose a ball on 10? Or so I think, we were on the 8th green when they were having a look for the ball. So I think that's what definitely delayed us in the middle of that round. But it seemed like once we got through that little bottleneck, and there is a few bottlenecks on this course anyway, with like the 8th green, the 10th green beside each other. You've got like 16 green and 9T and 17T right there. So there's a few little parts of the course that you can sort of get jammed on, but it's fine. It seems like that's the first 2 days in major championship golf are always going to be like that. You get that afternoon tee time on Friday at Augusta, and it's one of the slowest rounds of the year. You don't mind being out there because it's Augusta, but at the same time, it is very, very slow. But it'll obviously over the weekend it'll speed up. Hopefully, we can play in 2 balls and things will flow a bit better.
We'll go one more with Todd on A.
Hey, Rory. Scottie said when he finished, this is the hardest set of pin locations that he's seen since he's been out on tour, including the U.S. Opens. Are you okay with the way the setup was the last 2 days with those hole locations?
Yeah. I was. The only thing I would say is I think a bunched leaderboard like this, I think it's a sign of not a great setup. I think when it's as bunched as it is, because it hasn't really enabled anyone to separate themselves. It's like it's easy to make a ton of pars, hard to make birdies, and not that it's hard to make bogeys, but it feels like bogey's the worst score you're going to shoot on any one hole. There's not a lot of hazards. There's not, I think the setup is fine.
the golf course is good. The pins were tough. And the wind was what it was as well. But I just think, yeah, I've always felt like really good setups that it starts to spread the field a bit, and not great setups sort of bring everyone together. And I feel like that's what's happened the last 2 days.
Thanks for your time, Rory.
Thank you.